welcome in. Just waiting for people to filter in before we start getting going. Because I know there's a few people who are interested in seeing me do Death Guard, so... Oh yeah, how is everyone doing today? Whilst we wait for people to filter in. Hope you're all having a lovely day and are as excited as I am for the reveal shows later. What I'm also excited for is for Games Workshop webpage to load properly. That'd be really nice. And no worries, Connor. Thanks for at least popping by. Hopefully you can get a more stable connection soon. You know what, no, we'll build an army list as if we're building an entire army of Death Guard. And we'll aim towards that and work towards that with this little project of Death Guard, and then we'll go from there. What we'll do is just start loading things up. Welcome in everyone who's starting to wander in. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day. Is the Games Workshop site acting slow for anyone else? Ah, there we go. So, one of the main reasons why we're going to be looking at Death Guard is it's a fresh army to me. I don't really have any experience or any real prior knowledge on the Death Guard, so it's an interesting project. But I do have some really fun ideas for some painting tutorials and some painting streams using the Death Guard. So this month's donation goal and plan is to get the money together so I can put together this Death Guard force so we can like experiment around with enamels and stuff. As the stream the other day in which we started to experiment with oils and enamels went down really well, and a bunch of you guys seem to be really interested in them and really enjoy it. And the Death Guard obviously provide a bit of a better opportunity to really utilise and push the limits of what oils and enamel paints can do. And I also have an interesting take and opinion on how the Death Guard should be painted as well. And I'm personally quite looking forward to painting them and building them how I imagine them from reading the books, rather than how they're depicted on Forge World's website and in Forge World publications. And the main aim for this army is to also build it up how I would probably recommend we play Death Guard, and how I want to build them in order to make them a good allied detachment to my Emperor's Children. And in that sense, there are a couple of things we need to consider. As this is an allied detachment, we're limited in the amount of troops we can take. Again, I'm using Crusade Force, so we can look at like the other stuff we'd build and add on to this force. And what limitations there are on allied detachments if we're running them alongside another force, as there are certain things that impact them, and therefore things we need to consider. So, from the very, very basics of running the Death Guard army, for those who are completely new to the game, the very first thing you'll need to buy is the rulebook and the Liber Hereticus codex. So this is a book that has all of the Traitor Legion forces in. So that's Emperor's Children, Death Guard, Sons of Horus, Thousand Suns, Wordbearers, World Eaters, Night Lords, Iron Warriors. I've got a feeling I'm missing one, but yeah, all the Traitor Legions are in this book, as well as all the core rules you need for them. Are you planning to add the Death Guard goal? So, yeah, that's the thing. I'm going to be slowly working towards this, but the goal is basically there for if anyone wants to contribute and help towards this little army. As obviously the more stuff we get, and quicker and so on, the more stuff I get to paint and show you guys how I would go about doing it. And yeah. As hopefully, well, yesterday I put in the, well, last night I put in the order for the stuff we need to do the face cam stuff. Again, thank you guys so much for helping donate towards that, and yeah, hopefully we'll get that all sorted soon. It should be by the end of the week, so hopefully for weekend streams and definitely the Sunday show I want to make sure it's all sorted. And yeah, so this month's goal is, or well, this week's goal, with how generous you guys have been, is just to donate towards the Death Guard. If you guys want to see me paint Death Guard, here's the opportunity for you to donate towards the models we need to make a Death Guard army. And yeah, we'll be going from there. So today's stream is just planning out what I want to buy for the Death Guard army. If there's any situation where you specifically want to see certain units in a Death Guard army, let me know and we'll try and work them out into this army as well. But I've got a feeling this army is going to be quite typical to the Death Guard anyway, so a lot of the units you'd expect to see in a Death Guard force will be part of this. As again, I don't really like to play to the meta or trying to build overly powerful and strong army lists. I like to build them fluffy and realistic to the legions. And hey Hamish, welcome in, and sorry, but yeah, doing an earlier stream today as you know, there's a big reveal show later, and I know Varrock is going to be streaming that, so yeah, starting now will be going on till 7 o'clock-ish probably, or whenever Varrock starts pretty much. So don't worry if you feel like you're missing out now. We'll still be streaming later, and yeah, as always, every single live stream I do is uploaded to the YouTube channel. So if you feel like you've missed something out, or we've covered something and you weren't there, you can always go back and watch it. Hey Pickle Rick, how are you doing? I suppose first things for me personally, I already have my Primarch model of choice, which is Fulgrim, to leave my Emperor's Children, which will always be my primary detachment, unless I'm playing Knights. So for my personal forces, unless people absolutely want to see me have a go at painting Mortarion, I will not be buying Mortarion, as he's not really needed. I'll probably get some custom dice at some point for Death Guard. I do like the idea of having themed dice for my forces. So if I'm rolling for Death Guard units, I'd like to use Death Guard dice, and if rolling for Emperor's Children, I prefer to use Emperor's Children dice. So for most people who are getting into the Horus Heresy, can you paint my Mortarion? If you trust me with it, then sure, we could work something out. Yeah, otherwise, no, I won't have get my hands on a Mortarion model. So, if you're interested in playing the Horus Heresy and you're getting into it, the single best suggestion I can make, regardless of what Legion, is to get the Horus Heresy Age of Darkness box. It has 40 tactical marines in, which are super useful, Contemptor Dreadnought, which is incredibly strong, 10 Cataphracti Terminators, 2 characters, and a Spartan. Spartans are fantastic this edition, as they have a huge troop capacity, are very tough, and have a lot of firepower. Yeah, and especially now that we can buy the Contemptor upgrade sprues, this model is actually quite decent. So if you get with the Age of Darkness box, you can now go and buy the Weapon Frame 2 upgrade. So this has all the bits you're missing from the box, including the special fronts. And yeah, you can buy this to customize your Contemptor Dreadnought even further, which is really handy and quite cool, and really well thought out for a change from Games Workshop. And yeah, whilst I know a lot of people will be critical and annoyed about the fact that they didn't include the sprue in the box, considering the insane value for money the box already is, I don't really see it as too much of a problem. And the weapon choices you do get in the box are quite good as it is. As you get the... Yeah, as you get the autocannons, you get the las cannons. And I'm just trying to find the sprue. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you get the bolt guns, which are good. You get the autocannons, which are very good if you're especially playing Imperial Fists. You get the las cannons, which are always good, and you get the multi-melter, which again is good. So yeah, I don't think you're missing out too much by just having a regular box, but if you do want those spicy weapons, I guess is the best way to put it, with the upgrade sprue, you can always buy that and customize you guys. It's also very magnet friendly as well. Hey Doyle, how you doing? And yeah, Hamish, I'd be happy to send you some Death Guard models to paint on stream if you wanted to give them a go for content without purchasing them all. And hey Alex, no worries. So yeah, Hamish, I'm probably going to be painting my Death Guard in a very different way to most people do, and especially how you do. But a lot of the techniques and methods in which I'm going to be using for painting my Death Guard will be transferable to other Death Guard armies and other armies generally speaking. So yeah, as kind as the offer is for you to send me some of your Death Guard, I'm going to say no, simply because any models I paint will just look so different to ones you have. And yeah, I eventually, like, one of my longer term project goals as well is to build a detachment for all of the Istvan free armies. So so yeah, the Emperor's Children, Sons of Horus, Death Guard, and World Eaters I want to do armies for at some point, even if it is just an allied detachment. And as so many of you guys happen to be Death Guard players and Death Guard fans, I figured it would be a very good start to this. And Alex, no, not yet, as I'm waiting for the stuff I need to do that to arrive. So no, you haven't missed out on a face reveal yet. Jump over to the Forge World side of things, so this is where the interesting stuff is. And damn, my free commission scheme has failed. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hamish. If you do want me to paint your models, I am up for doing stuff like that. I wouldn't necessarily call myself an excellent painter, but if you want me to, I would be happy to. And we can sort something out there. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, for me personally getting into the Death Guard, is have a look at the rules for the Death Guard and what they get. So, Remorseless. A unit with a special rule that does not have a cavalry or artillery unit subtype ignores any modifiers or restrictions on moving during the movement phase, including modifiers imposed by terrain or restrictions from rules such as pinning, which would normally stop them from moving. As long as the model does not run or make use of an alternative form of movement such as activating a jump pack, disembarking, or deploying via deep strike. Furthermore, as long as the model has not run or used any alternative form of movement during the controlling player's movement phase, it is counted as stationary and making shooting attacks until the start of the controlling player's next turn. The special rule does not affect whether or not any model has made a charge, and does not allow for the vehicle unit type to ignore effects of an immobilized result on the vehicle damage table, but does allow a model with a vehicle unit type to move even when under the effect of crew stunned on the vehicle damage table. Okay, so to me this is a strangely very agile army, as they can just keep moving regardless of terrain and situation pretty much. And Alex, yes, I am a Tau player. Well, was a Tau player until 8th edition, upon which my partner got into playing 40k, and they like to play Tau, so they play Tau and I don't anymore. But then again, we both no longer play 40k and just focus on Heresy. And they now play Imperial Fists. And their advanced reaction. During the enemy shooting phase, a friendly unit under reactive player's control. All models in the unit targeted by a shooting attack that are triggered by this reaction gain a Feel No Pain 4+ special rule against hits inflicted by the shooting attack, and automatically pass any morale checks or pinning tests they are called upon as a result of a shooting attack. Once a shoot and attack has been entirely resolved, the unit may make a move in any direction up to 7 inches, obeying all normal rules for making a move. Okay, that's an interesting one. So the Death Guard are actually a very agile army, in that sense, as they get to move, ignoring cover, well, ignoring terrain, down disadvantages, and their reactions allow them to move even more. Which, yeah, I suppose makes sense. They just want to keep walking forwards and getting close. Warlord Traits, I've already read into these, and to save us going through them too much, the only one which I really think is worth taking is the Reaper's Visage, which is the Traitor's only one, which is fine with me as I play as a Traitor force anyway. Which means enemy models within 12 inches of your leader count as being -2 to their leadership for any leadership checks. And the reason why I think this is so good is what is considered a leadership test. So in the examples given, that also includes morale checks and attempting to regroup, but a leadership check is also used for making psychic attacks, which makes the Reaper's Visage a really good Warlord trait to take when dealing with psychers as well, because suddenly their chances of failing are really, really good. Witch Hunter is okay because you get +1 to your toughness and weapon skill against psychers, or a unit with a psyker, and Blood of Barbarous basically means that things that would normally wound you on a fixed roll only wound you on a 6+, which is okay for that unit, as it's only that unit's not really useful. So I think if I were to build Death Guard, I would focus on the Reaper's Visage as the Warlord trait, which is fine with me because I like the idea of a big stompy boy with a massive scythe running towards the enemy. And hey Herm, how are you doing? So yeah, Warlord trait, Reaper's Visage just makes sense. Witch Hunter is okay, and Blood of Barbarous is okay. Blood of Barbarous is what I'd use if I was running my Death Guard as Loyalists. I don't know why you'd ever do that. And okay, Death Guard Rites of War. So these are the additional flavours you can add to your army if you're running a detachment that has a Master of the Legion unit, a character with Master of the Legion special rule. So the first one is for Reaping. So Legion veteran squads can be chosen as troop choices in this detachment. Legion heavy support squads may be taken as non-compulsory troop choices in a detachment using its Rite of War. And any model chosen as part of this detachment using a Rite of War, both Legionia Astartes Death Guard special rule, and the character subtype may be given rad grenades for 10 points each. Okay, this sounds like a really good one for making a very characterful Death Guard army, as you want lots of elite unit, you want lots of heavy weapons, big guns, and you want them to be marching forwards. Models of this models taken as part of this detachment use this right will may not make run moves or any action that allows them to make a move with the exception for remorseless advance reaction. Okay, so this I'd consider a bit of a downside to this detachment, as we established looking at the Legion traits. One of the big strengths I can see to the Death Guard is their mobility and ability to control the battlefield using their agility in the fact that they aren't ever slowed down by anything. So the fact they can't make run moves or any reactions that allow them to make a move is actually a bit of a downside, as being able to advance or retreat would actually be quite useful for a Death Guard army to make the most of it. No unit in a detachment using this rite of war may be assigned to Deep Strike Assault, Subterranean Assault, or Flanking Assault. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Not being able to Flanking Assault again is a bit of a downside to these guys. So our next one is Creeping Death. All models in a detachment with this rite of war have a Legionis Astartes Death Guard automatically pass dangerous terrain tests they are called upon to take. Awesome, so I can see this kind of army using a lot of graviton weapons. All models in this deployment zone of this rite of war gain Shrouded 6+, special rule. The entire deployment zone of a detachment using this rite of war counts as difficult and dangerous terrain. And all zones of area terrain on the battlefield, including named types such as jungles, woods, ruins, or craters, are counted as dangerous terrain. And in a detachment using this rite, all Grave Lords and Terminator squads can be taken non-compulsory troop choices. This rite of war may only be used for a detachment v Traitor Allegiance, and the army using this rite of war must include a Centurion, Legion Cataphractii Centurion, or a Legion Tartarus Centurion with a Siege Breaker console upgrade. And well, no running army-wide relentless rule for both infantry and tanks, yeah. But not being able to do the movement reactions is a bit of a downside. And that's, ignoring their ability to run, because most of your units in the Death Guard army will be shooting anyway. So I don't really see many situations where you would be running as Death Guard as it is. But not being able to fall back or advance as part of reactions is a bit of a downside. No, there have been many situations where advancing or falling back have had a significant outcome on the games I've played. And not being able to do that with Death Guard units for me personally would actually be quite a significant problem. There's been multiple games which I've played this edition already where being able to fall back with a vehicle has meant it's survived because it's put outside of melter range, or put it into cover and so on. And there have been situations where I've been able to, again, fall back in order to deny my enemy the opportunity to effectively charge my units, allowing me then in my own turn to push aggressively and assault them. And also other times where I've used the advance move to put myself into a position of cover, or to put myself into a threat range which has made people rethink what they're going to do during the assault phase. As with the Emperor's Children, and especially with their unique advanced reaction, it's been incredibly useful to be able to advance. As their reaction during the assault phase is basically you roll off against the enemy and whoever rolls highest charges the other person. So being able to move my guys closer during the movement phase with the reaction to make it a guarantee that an assault can happen, to then have that roll-off opportunity is really good for my Emperor's Children. And again, there's been situations where I've been able to use the advance move to move my guys more firmly into cover. So yeah, not having those reactions is actually quite a bit of a downside. And do you think Death Guard are weakest Legion in the rules? In terms of Legion traits, possibly. I think for White Scars, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children are all kind of at a bit of a disadvantage, as all three legions really need you to maximise and utilise other aspects of their army in order to make the Legion traits work. And the only reason why I've been able to make the Emperor's Children work is because of how I aggressively make use of Legion-specific units and the Legion-specific Rites of War. If you don't play in that particular way, then the Legion trait for the Emperor's Children is not good at all. And it's rather useless. With the White Scars, again, if you're not running lots of stuff at high initiative with strong movement characteristics, the White Scars Legion trait sucks. It's not really noticeable or effective, as that 1-inch to infantry characteristics doesn't really change much. However, if you've got higher initiative units, or you've got very fast units, it suddenly becomes a lot more important and a lot more effective, and again, you have to play the White Scars in a very particular way to make it work. And using the White Scars specific units, again, to make that work. And looking at the Death Guard, it's kind of the same story as well. And especially if you are running the Creeping Death Rite of War, it actually stacks up really well. As with the Creeping Death, you run an army with your special... you run an army with a lot of Graviton weapons, and a lot of weapons that leave effects on board, and suddenly everything except being wide out in the open is suddenly a very dangerous place to be for your opponent. That's a very strong way of doing it. With the Reaping Rite of War, again, it's a very strong and effective way to play the Death Guard, because you get to run so many heavy support squads. And both of those Rites of War are very effective, are very fluffy, and have provided the opportunity to build some very good armies if you play it correctly. But you're not too limited by this. All of the options for Warlord Traits and Rites of War, and the units you have access to, are quite good with the Death Guard. Whilst it is relatively weak, whilst dangerous terrain tests are a relatively weak thing, you have to remember, as if a model rolls a 1, then they're screwed. Right, they take a wound when going through that territory. Whilst that isn't too much of a problem on its own, if you're playing on a board with regular amounts of terrain, or oh yeah, it's like, okay, so Byron, what are the best units to have Graviton on? They sound cool, but not sure where they'd go. Again, it depends. So if you're playing Death Guard, and you're playing Creeping Death Rite of War, because you ignore basically the splash effects of it, Graviton everywhere. All the Graviton. Why wouldn't you take Graviton? I'm just going to flick to the front of the Liber Hereticus book a second so I can just have a look through what units have it. And let's start with the troops. So Legion Tactical Squads don't have any options. Hey Connor, welcome back. Despoiler Squads don't have any options. Assault Squads don't have any options. But Legion Breacher Squads do. For every 5 models in a Breacher Squad, you can take a Graviton gun, which, with the Creeping Death Rite of War, is very effective, because that template the Graviton gun will put down is something you don't have to worry about. So you can shoot the enemy a lot with the Graviton weapons, and you'll be fine for it. Assuming that for basic Graviton gun actually has that rule. I just need to double check that. It's up the rule book. Okay, so it needs to have a blast type. So oh, Graviton gun is blast. Okay, cool. So yeah, with Death Guard running a creeping Death Rite War, you want to use as many Graviton weapons as possible. So Legion Breacher squads with every fifth guy taking a Graviton gun is a very good choice. Who else can take Graviton weapons? Who is the artist of the background music? Good question. I'm assuming one that was just in the background, so that, and not for one that's just started. It is Carl Casey, who runs a YouTube channel called White Bat Audio. Jump packs and jetbike ignore any templates of photographic and templates and other sim. It's causing difficult terrain. Yes, unless they land on them or finish their movement on top of. Okay, so a land speeder Proteus would actually be a good option here as well, as it can take Graviton guns. So yeah, you could have a land speeder Proteus with twin Graviton guns. Land speeder is also quite fluffy in a Death Guard army. There is a lot of image of Death Guard speeders. So there's what you do for your fast attack, is you take Proteuses. The Leviathan Dreadnought Talons Graviton weapon doesn't actually leave the template down, but it's still a very good weapon. And a Leviathan is also for the Death Guard is one of the situations where I'd probably leave the Flamers on, because you can change them out for the Alchem Flamers. Legion Predator can have a Graviton cannon. which is a large blast version, which would be very fun in this situation as well. Alright, just flicking through a book to try and find what other stuff. And no worries, Alex. And what is the range of a Predator grav gun? It is 36 inches. So, one of the things to remember if you're spamming grav weapons is you are going to need to bring a lot of templates or indicators to mark the 3-inch or 5-inch areas in which the grav effect is in play, as you do need to leave them on the table in those places to represent that's where the graviton weapon has been used. Yeah, a table filled with templates. So imagine the scene, right? You choose a Death Guard and you take the Right of War, which allows you to move through difficult and dangerous terrain without issue. And it turns all of the buildings into dangerous terrain, and it turns your entire deployment zone into dangerous terrain. You then take nothing but breacher squads with as many graviton weapons as you can take in there, which would be 4 grav weapons, so graviton guns per squad, by the way. And you just launch them at the enemy. You basically just can rake the field with graviton templates. And you take your 3 Predators as your heavy support choices, again with the graviton cannons. And you also take Land Speeders equipped with the with twin graviton guns. And you basically turn the entire map into dangerous terrain for the enemy to try and navigate through. As whilst it might not necessarily be too dangerous, as you know, if they just have to roll a 1 in order to be wounded by it, they still get their saves and stuff. It still is a pressure, and it's still something the enemy has to think about. And yeah, if they try to play to avoid, they'll start to clump up into more tighter groups, in which your Alchem Flamers and your regular blast weapons will be suddenly a lot more effective against as they try to work their way around trying to avoid the graviton templates. And whilst this is a very cheesy way of playing, it's also incredibly thematic, right? This is the Creeping Death. This is the Death Guard doing their thing. They turn the entire planet around them into a hellscape. So this would actually be a very silly but a very thematic way of playing the Death Guard. You also have to remember the Death Guard aren't stupid, they are excellent siege warriors in themselves. How does the Phosphex launcher work? Talking of templates. Good question. Let's have a look. So Phosphex has the Crawling Fire and Lingering Death special rules, so let's consult the rulebook. I'm going to assume they function in a similar manner. Okay, so Crawling Fire allows you to allows you to move the template 2 inches in any direction, as long as it covers more troops than it previously did, which is quite useful as it makes your blast weapon significantly more effective. And then it also has Lingering Death. When a blast weapon with this rule is used after the attack is resolved, leave the blast marker in play for the rest of the game and mark it with a counter of some kind. This area is now treated as dangerous terrain for all models with a toughness value. So basically it works the same way as a graviton weapon does, but only impacts units with a toughness value. So yeah, where you can't take Graviton, you take Phosphex. Yeah, and again, it's a very fluffy way of playing it, and this is one of the reasons why I really enjoy the Horus Heresy, as you are encouraged to play thematic and lore-accurate armies. Hey Alex, how are you doing? But yeah, just remember you need to bring a lot of templates in order to make this work. Oh, sorry, they've changed the rules for a dangerous terrain, so on a 1 you take a wound, you no longer get an armor save against it. You still get an invuln save. So yeah, dangerous terrain tests are now significantly more dangerous as well. Because for every model that goes through dangerous terrain, they have to roll a dice, and on a roll of a 1, they take a wound. With only invuln saves being able to be taken against it. So being able to cover the field in Phosphex and Graviton craters, basically, is a very effective way of doing it. Can I only shoot Grav and Phosphex if I'm in range of an enemy unit and not blind fire it just to create a template around an objective? This is where the rules, if I remember correctly, get a little weird. I'll just check, but I think you have to declare a enemy target. Last edition and currently in Necromunda you can fire anywhere. Okay, so they have clarified that you have to shoot blast weapons at an enemy target, and the hole in the center of the template has to be over an enemy model. And what would be a good loadout for Dreadnoughts for the Death Guard then? What Dreadnought are we talking about? Are we talking Castaferum, Contemptor, Doredio, or Leviathan? And yeah, it would be Byron, but I guess just for balancing purposes, we're not allowed to do that. As I mean, you've already turned your especially if you're using that right of war, you've already turned your own area into a yeah, if you yeah, you already turned your local area into a dangerous terrain test, so that could be potentially an entire quarter of a border member as well. So just to repeat again, Doyle, what Dreadnoughts are we talking about here? So what happens to tanks that go over these templates? They have to take a test as well, and if they roll a 1, they lose a whole point. Which is why Graviton is the better choice here over Phosphex. So if you can, you take Graviton. If not, you take Phosphex. Is basically how the Death Guard work. And again, this is if you're using that particular Rite of War that allows you personally to ignore dangerous terrain tests. Because otherwise you have to remember, outside of this Rite of War, the Death Guard are still impacted by dangerous terrain tests. You said you used to collect Tau, but what set did you do? I used to have my own custom set. It was painted blue and orange. I'll see if I can find any pictures. Yeah, but the Tau are a very fun faction to play and collect, as they have a lot of unique and interesting mechanics and a different play style to what people usually expect, which is why they often get considered to be strong or broken, simply because they just play in a different way to how normally people expect armies to play. And because they are that disruptive in a sense to regular play, you just end up with an army which is very fun to play, changes your way of thinking, and provides you with a very rewarding army. And all the models look really good as well. They have aged incredibly well, especially the older units. Yeah. I don't really know how 9th edition Tau play, so I can't really comment too much, but historically speaking, Tau are usually, I say usually, it's not a hard and fast rule, weaker in close combat, so if you end up against Tau, then it's a good idea to try and beat them in close combat, because generally speaking that's where they're weakest. Crisis battle suits and anything bigger are usually quite good at close combat, and are on par with Space Marines. And be careful of Tau commanders, as they have access to some very powerful close combat weapons. And I personally have a history of beating the crap out of Space Marine captains with my Tau commander. As in 7th edition and 6th edition, there was a weapon you could give to your Tau commander which made them Strength 8 AP 1 in close combat at initiative, which for them was initiative 4, and their weapon skill 4 or 5. Meaning you're hitting on 4s, wounding on 2s, ignoring armor saves, forcing them down to a leadership check, and it's instant death. Which made them very, very good in close combat. Hey Doyle, welcome back. So yeah, I asked you a question. What Dreadnoughts do you want some advice for when it comes to the Death Guard, Doyle? Every other day I go up against White Skulls or any fast army because I play Tau. Yeah, also remember you have a lot of, with the Tau, there are also a lot of excellent closer ranged weapons. And you have access to a lot of stuff which helps you stop or make it inadvisable for the enemy to get closer. Like the Grav Pulse drones. And the Pulse Blasters, the shotguns you can equip Breacher squads with. Okay, the Contemptor in the box. So let's just have a quick look at the box a second. I suppose options there. So you get autocannon, las cannon, multi-melter, and heavy bolter. So the Death Guard rules don't really have any impact on the Dreadnought, as it can always fire its gun normally anyway. So we don't need to worry too much about that. We're just going to find the rules for it in the book. So, as we're talking Death Guard, the weapon you should have in the Fist, because I think you should always run the Fist on a Contemptor Dreadnought, is the Graviton gun. As again, that puts a template down which messes up the enemy. Oh yeah, whether you run that as a Chain Fist or a Power Fist is up to you. As to what the other weapon is, it really depends what you feel you're lacking. As Death Guard, you'll typically want to be running lots and lots of heavy weapon teams. The lasguns, the heavy bolter, and the assault cannons are, well, the assault cannons and the multi-melters are the only two things I'd really consider, as auto cannons and las cannons can be taken by other units. It's not a role you necessarily need your Dreadnought to be taking up. And the Dreadnoughts are monsters in close combat, and they're ridiculously tough and very powerful, and if you're not utilising your Contemptor Dreadnought abilities in close combat, you are in effect wasting it. So, whilst the idea of giving it 2 assault cannons is a fun idea that Alex has recommended, I wouldn't personally do that, as I'd focus on getting the Contemptor into close combat, and not having that fist is a bit of a downside. Kira's assault cannon is strength 6, so 24-inch range, strength 6, AP 4, heavy 6, rending 6+. So you get 6 shots hitting on 2s. You'll be wounding Space Marines on 2s, and for every wound roll of a 6, it ignores armor saves. So it would be quite a good weapon. It's not necessarily the most lethal, but it will get a lot of shots out, and you could potentially do a lot of damage with it. Potentially. However, I think there is a case to be made for the melter gun on a Dreadnought. It has a Gravis melter cannon, which fires 2 shots, 24-inch range, strength 8, AP 1, and it's twin linked. So again, you're hitting on 2s, and you get to re-roll those for both shots. It's strength 8, AP 1, and it's armor bane melter, meaning you get to roll 2 dice when you're within half range, so within 12 inches. Meaning that you're making this guy, which you're getting up and close with the enemy, very good at popping other vehicles. Popping vehicles. And I believe... I'll just have to double check. Yeah, it also allows you to reroll failed wounds against other Dreadnoughts. So the multi-melter is a very good complement. Okay, so I've heard Flamers are very great for Death Guard. So they have a special version of Flamers called Alchem Flamers. And what they have is the Fleshbane special rule. Which means against vehicles, against units with a toughness value. Yeah, no worries, Alex. Yeah, so with Fleshbane, you wound models on a 2+, which is really good. However, the downside to the Death Guard's Alchem weapons is they get hot. So before you use the template, you have to roll a dice. And on a roll of a 1, you yourself get hit by the weapon, meaning you have to then try and save yourself against your own weapon, which is a bit of a downside. And yeah, so for hand flamers and regular flamers, Alchem weapons are pretty good, especially if they're just a disposable unit. Or the one guy in a unit with the Alchem weapon. For things like heavy flamers, and anything bigger than a heavy flamer, it's not necessarily too useful to switch to the Alchem weapon, as you're already wounding things on a 2+, and you're sacrificing your ability to wound vehicles and damage buildings. So on your Assault Marines, giving them Alchem hand flamers, really good idea. A special weapons team with flamers is also a good idea. So a Legion tactical support squad with Alchem flamers would actually be quite fun and thematic. Well, again, it has gets hot, so be careful about rolling ones and killing yourself. Okay, so I think it's time we start putting together my list. So, as this is going to be a very community-focused list, what rite of war should we push towards? Shall we push towards V1, which turns everything into dangerous terrain, or should we use one which gives us all of the heavy weapons? Alright, as cannons, fist, and targeting array in case someone tries to gain air superiority. Yeah. Okay, so Squid on Twitch has voted for Creeping Death. So that's the difficult terrain spam. Oh, sorry, dangerous terrain spam. Doyle has also voted dangerous terrain. Make the battlefield look like barbarous. Okay, so that's 2 votes. Free votes. Four votes. Okay, so the majority of you guys want to see a me do a Creeping Death army. Okay, so just need to check the limitations of it. So a reminder, so that means that all models with the Death Guard Rite of War automatically pass any dangerous terrain tests they are called upon to take. All models in the deployment zone of a detachment used in this Rite of War get Shrouded 6+. Actual rule. The entire deployment zone of a detachment used in this Rite of War counts as difficult and dangerous terrain. All terrain counts as dangerous terrain, and I can take Grave Wardens as a non-compulsory troop choice. I have to be traitors, which is fine, and I must take a Siegebreaker Legion console upgrade. So, the very first thing is we need a guy with Master of the Legion to lead this force. I'm not sure quite yet. Let's have a quick look at the Centurions and what the Siegebreaker console upgrade does. Okay, set right at the front of the book, so trying to... So, a Legion Siegebreaker has the Sunder and Art of Destruction special rule. Art of Destruction means a friendly unit within 6 inches of a model with special rule gains the Sunder special rule. And to recap, actually, where is Sunder? Oh, there we go. Attacks with a special rule may reroll failed armor penetration rolls against vehicles and buildings, and reroll glancing hits. Attempt to get a penetrating hit, but the second result must be kept. So basically get reroll to armor vehicle penetrations. I'll be right back in a moment. Yeah, look at me being all professional with transitions and cut screens. So, yeah, sorry, so, just getting some coffee. But we have to bring a Siegebreaker. Oh, damn it, I forgot to check if he gets any special weapons. Oh wow. Okay. So, the Legion Siegebreaker, he gains a Nuncio Vox and 3 Phosphex bombs for no additional cost. In addition, any Legion Rapier carriers with quad launchers in the same detachment may be upgraded to have Phosphex canister shots for 20 points per model, and any Legion Arctor squadrons or with Morbus Bombards the same detachment may be upgraded to have with Phosphex shells for 20 points per model. There we go then. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to basically build this as a 3,000 point list. Okay, so first things, let's get our Centurion in here. I'm just going to go for a regular Centurion, as I don't think we necessarily need... Although no. Let's take a Tartaros Centurion. What do we take Cataphracti? Well, let's just double check what a Cataphracti. Okay, so Siegebreaker. Okay, so we'll take a Cataphracti because I feel like that's more thematic and doesn't have an impact on the rest of the equipment we can take. And what we'll do is, let's have a look at the Combi Weapons that he has access to. You better believe he's going to have a power scythe. So that's why I'm leaving it as a power weapon. So we could have a Volkite Charger, which is a short-range weapon. Yeah, the Death Shroud are very cool in models. So you can have a Volkite Charger, which is a 15-inch range, Strength 5, AP 5, Assault 2 to Flageolate weapon. It would be thematic, however it does kind of limit his capabilities. And as this guy is largely going to be a support guy, and not really doing too much, what we are going to do is have a look at the Combi Weapons and see what guns there are there. So, a note with Combi Weapons, not all of them are one-shot only. So if you take a Grenade Launcher, a Volkite Charger, a Flamer, a Flamer, a Volkite Charger, a Grenade Launcher, it's not one shot only. So I think in this case, what we'll probably do is we will go for a Flamer, which is a minor combi weapon. And we'll go for the Alchem Flamer instead, as I just feel like it's thematic. So this guy is going to have a Power Scythe and a Alchem Flamer combi weapon. So this is going to be our Siege Breaker Praetor, sorry, Centurion. And what other limitations were there to this? Right, well I think that was it, wasn't it? Yeah, so otherwise we are free to build the army how we want. With the notable exception of we can take the Grave Wardens as a non-compulsory troop choice, so they can't be the minimum 2 troop choices required, but they can be fielded otherwise. So what we're going to do is we're going to work out what Praetor we want to use. What is the... Do the Death Guard have a Praetor model? No, they do not yet. Okay. And no worries, Doyle. As I always say, you're not required to be here, and don't feel sorry about butting in and out. It's perfectly fine. I'm going to be streaming for a few more hours yet, so if you want to hop in or hop out, you can at any time. And as I said earlier, the streams also go up on YouTube, so if you want to catch up on anything you've missed, you can just either rewind the stream now and jump back, or you can watch again later. Okay, so I think what we'll do for the character is we'll make a custom one. Because, yeah, these options don't look great. And on the Games Workshop website, let's just have a look at the Rfc Characters available there. So yeah, it would be quite easy to just switch out this Praetor with a sword, or could do like what I've done on my Emperor's Children one and switch the Axe Praetor out, so he's holding the scythe. I switched mine out so he's holding a spear. My Emperor's Children. We'll just go and grab the model a second. Yeah, well, so I still need to paint him up. All I've really done to the Praetor is switch out the Axe Blade for a Phoenix Spear. Yeah, it's a very simple kit bash, and yeah, quite easy to do, so we could do that with a scythe. And I think Hollow Destruction, if they are watching or watch back, will probably murder me if I don't use a proper scythe. So yeah, we'll also try and do that as well with these guys. One thing we will do now is have a quick divergence from the Warlords and Games Workshop Heresy ranges, and let's have a quick look at the Warhammer 40k Death Guard stuff. As for the best part, a lot of it will be cross-compatible, as the Death Guard did end up looking as corrupted and as gross as they do in 40k by the time of Siege of Terror. So we can have a look over here at some of the Death Guard stuff and use it as reference. So, first up, we have the Blightlords, which for the most part are wearing corruptions of the Cataphracti Terminator. So it would be possible for us to convert, especially this guy, down and back into a Cataphracti Praetor. It wouldn't be too difficult. Especially as we are going for Traitor Allegiance, we wouldn't necessarily need to de-chaosify these models too much. And even then, as we can see looking at the sprues, it wouldn't be too difficult. Like we could use the torsos and then arms from the Cataphracti kits, or we could use the arms from this on Cataphracti kits, and we could use this as a pile of bits, really, to customize and change our Death Guard up to make them look a lot more chaosy. And the same in regards to the Plague Marines. In my video, Mustering the Legion, I did use quite a bit of Death Guard imagery in the background, because I do think that the Death Guard models could be used, especially to show more of the elite units like veteran squads. You could use Plague Marines for. And as they're a lot more corrupted, they are obviously ascended and higher up in the ratings, so to speak. And again, as it's more like a traditional Space Marine kit, you could easily kit bash in some regular Mark III stuff to tone it down and balance the amount of chaos corruption on your models. Hey Josu, how are you doing? And yeah, as Pickle Rick suggested, Death Shroud Terminators would also make for a very good basis for Praetors as well, and is a very good source for some power scythes. Also, I just scored an awesome old Death Guard model, picked up the old school Typhus model for $20 on eBay. Nice. I really miss the old Typhus model. It was one of my favourite ones. But yeah, it would be quite easy and quite effective to use the Death Shroud Terminators to build a Praetor for your Death Guard in the Horus Heresy. Not sure which torsos are best, but I would probably end up using a regular counterfracty torso and then taking the arms from the Death Shroud and perhaps the legs as well, and then manually doing some weathering and some detailing to the upper torso of a regular cataphracty. The Plague Marine torso kit, whilst being an easy build one, is also a good way to get some of the just some bits to customize and enhance some of your Death Guard models. And the Typhus model for 40k could also be used again, especially towards the later stages. And we'll have a look at the Visions of Heresy book in a moment as well, to try and get some ideas and inspiration. As there's plenty of Death Guard in the first couple of the first book and the second book as well, really. We can look at for Death Guard. And yeah, using the Death Guard models would be a really good way to make up your command squads. And yeah, for your Legion Medicae, you could just use the Death Guard Putrefier. Or this named version as well. Both would make for an excellent basis for any apothecaries for your Death Guard. In fact, I'm probably going to use this one. I might change up the head a bit. And yeah, so these are models which I'd consider to be very compatible and suitable. And just to highlight that I'm not just making shit up because I want to do it, which is also a perfectly valid way to build an army. I feel like, despite, you know, my channel being focused on trying to make lore accurate and narrative driven stuff, it is important to remember at the end of the day it's your army and you can do what you want with it. But for the sake of my own content and consistency, we're going to try and stick to source materials and references. So yeah, whilst we're flicking through a book, yeah, Nurgle demons and stuff were a thing, and I'm very, very looking forward to being able to do a Demons of Ruin Storm army at some point. Let's scroll through the forces. So here we've got the Death Shroud Terminators as they were during the Heresy. So what these guys are based on. No, let's separate that out a second. Also, I love the old Khan model. Well, artwork. Here's some more Death Guard. These ones on bikes. a beautiful oil painting of the Death Guard. Some Death Guard Assault Marines. I'm going to ignore stuff that features Garrow because it's not relevant. A Contemptor Dreadnought of the Death Guard. Some Death Guard being beaten up by Sons of Horus, I think. That's Sons of Horus. Oh, there we go. Death Guard versus Emperor's Children. Typhon. And yeah, so this is one of the pieces of artwork which has been a constant inspiration and motivation for me to do Death Guard. Because I really love this colour scheme. I love the use of a darker green trim and just basic symbols with the brass trim on certain parts to a plain grey. Putting them all as screenshots in a folder might be better for brainstorming on the fly. True. At the same time, it's nice to be able to flick through books digitally or physically. And I know where to roughly look in the books as well, so I like doing it this way. Death Guard with multi-melter. Some Death Guard running through the ruins of Istvan 3. So yeah, this is the Visions of Heresy book. There are digital copies that you can buy, and there is also physical books as well. And again, here's a Death Guard Contemptor Dreadnought with that greeny golden trim to the plain white and metal. No worries, Alex, welcome back. Oh, and some more incredible artwork of Death Guard as well. And probably my favourite piece of artwork of the Death Guard is this one. I do quite like the German style helmets. The gold, the copper bronze kind of face grille. The more segmented armour, the darker green trim as well, I really like that, and just the plain gunmetal. This is a lot closer for me to how I envision the Death Guard based off how the books describe them, and probably the singular main motivation and inspiration for me to want to do Death Guard. And yeah, if Hamish is still around, this is how I want to paint my Death Guard. It's a lot closer to this. You might have to go soon. No worries, Alex. You're not a reaping white fort if those marines are running. Well, they're steadily advancing towards the enemy. So again, yeah, this will be the style in which I'm painting the Death Guard in. Again, another piece of artwork in a similar style with colours. These guys are wearing helmets a lot closer to the currently available Forge World helmets, not the brand new Mark 6 that were announced this week. Oh, no worries, Pickle, Rick. I also love how brutal this artwork is as well. It's not being of Death Guard. I love that we've just got Astartes chained to the side of these vehicles with barbed wire. It's just so metal and brutal. There comes some more Death Guard. So these guys just have the basic golden trim to certain aspects of their armour. Otherwise it's painted, well it isn't painted, just a plain gunmetal with the simple identification markings that they are of the Death Guard Legion on their shoulder pad. And this is by far the most literal description, well the most literal artwork we've got so far representing the Death Guard. As in the books they're described as having unpainted armour, and this is it, it's unpainted armour save for the identification markings of the Death Guard Legion. So if you wanted to do book accurate, this is probably the closest you'd get. The only downside is it would look like you're playing Iron Warriors, which is why I'm personally going to be aiming a lot more for this style, but with having green trim on mine, in order to make sure that people can recognise them as Death Guard. Well, leaving them unpainted only works if they're metal models to begin with. Pickle. At the very least, you still have to spray them silver in order to make it work. And now to have a quick look at Book 2, as this again has more artwork and helps us tie in 40k Death Guard a lot better into our Heresy armies. Nope, that's still Ultramarines. But yeah, whilst we're going through the Heresy stuff, these guys are clearly 40k Chaos Space Marines, right? So if you did want to have more Chaos Space Marine looking models, you absolutely can. Yeah, it's like, look at these guys. They're clearly Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, that's this beautiful artwork of all the Chaos armies assembled together, and just how wildly corrupted they are. So here's Erebus and the Word Bearers, looking very much like fully fledged Chaos Space Marines at this point. Ingefell the Ascended, and the poor bastard happens to be a blood angel whose soul has been sacrificed and his body possessed by a demon in order to channel the energies of the warp. Horus Ascended. Sons and Sons here as well, in their 40k attire. Be blue and gold. Abaddon. Dark Angels, let's just quickly scroll through this. There we go. And got the John Blanche art of Mortarion, looking at as incredible as ever. Yeah, the artwork in these two books is incredible. It is just a compilation of the artworks available in different from different publications and different sources, all just compiled into into 2 volumes covering all the artwork for the Horus Heresy. Yeah, here's some more Death Guard stuff. So we have Mortarion and a couple of Death Guard characters. But yeah, look at these two on the side here. Oh, let's zoom in a bit more just to really focus in on these guys. Yeah, this guy is clearly a Chaos Space Marine at this point. And this guy is most definitely a Plague Marine too. Remember, this is the Visions of Heresy book. And therefore part of the Horus Heresy. Well, for the Death Guard artwork in this book. But yeah, looking at the sources available for reference images for Death Guard during the Horus Heresy, you can see towards the later stages they were fully sent on Chaos, and being Death Guard as we know them from 40k. So we can start to look into how we can incorporate the Death Guard minis from 40k back into our army. In fact, I think this guy might even be a good candidate for our Siege Breaker. Let's have a look at his sprue. So I'd probably swap the head out for a more interesting helmeted design. I'd probably leave the little Nurgling off as well. And I might change the backpack up, but the core body of this guy would actually work really well, and so would the arms. All we need to do is sling a bolt gun, a combi flamer on him somewhere. And a scythe perhaps. Although, again, I don't feel it's always necessarily needed to be modelled onto the... Man, it would suck being a Death Guard when Typhus revealed his plague shenanigans. Yeah, absolutely. Until Mortarion caved in, it would have been absolutely horrific to be afflicted with all of those diseases. And not be gaining anything to help deal with it, and, well, to enjoy it. And also, as we're looking to kit bash and convert our own characters, we can have a look at these other bodies. Like this guy here, even if we didn't end up using the arms, he would actually make for a really good candidate for our Cataphracti Siegebreaker. Well, not in Cataphracti, but if we were to run him as a regular Centurion, this body would make for a great body for this. If we give him then the Power Scythe and a Combi Bolter. I mean, it really wouldn't be that difficult to convert the Icon Bearer, for example, into having a War Scythe, right? All you'd have to do is just change the polearm from the Icon of Nurgle to being a Scythe, which would be quite easy to do. And I do find it interesting that the Death Shroud Terminators seem to have adapted since the Heresy these weird body plates over the front of their armour, which don't seem to be here on the Death Shroud Terminators. Also, these are surprisingly good value for money compared to the regular Death Guard, Death Shroud Bodyguard. It's 36 for free, or a 58.50 for 5. Making it more sensible to actually buy the Forge World Resin versions for a change. Yeah, it is actually cheaper to buy the Death Shroud Terminators from Forge World than to use the Death Shroud Terminators from Games Workshop. And they look fantastic as well, which is nice. So, we got a Siegebreaker. We'll leave him Cataphracti for now, although I think I will probably convert one out of... No, let's do this properly. So we're going to take a Centurion with a Siege Breaker upgrade. We're going to give him a Power Weapon. Oh no, oh, we could just give him a Hand Flamer. Okay, we'll give him a Hand Flamer, which will change for an Alchem Flamer. And we'll give him a Power Weapon. That will be our Scythe. And the Hand Flamer will be an Alchem Flamer. There we go. So there's our Siege Breaker. He already has Phosphex Bomb, so we don't need to make any changes there. And for troops, we're running the breaches because for every 4 we can take. We'll take an Alchem Pistol and. Yeah, and we'll take an Alchem Flamer. All the Flamers. And just want to see if we turn it into a 20-man squad. Oh, that's not that. A Nuncio box as well. Well, he has been wanting to get Typhus killed as much as possible. Unfortunately, Typhus is the champion of Nurgle, so grandfather won't let it. You know what, I don't think this is necessarily a good idea. So let's dial it back down to 9. Well, so to a 10-man squad. There we go. And I want to have at least 4 squads of breaches set up this way. So if Sergeant has Alchem Flamers. Oh, actually no, there's no point taking the Alchem Pistol, is there? So why do I collect Emperor's Children? They are one of my favourite legions and one I've always enjoyed. The reasons why I want to collect Death Guard is, well, mostly for this channel, really, as a huge amount of the guys here who support the channel and are regular viewers are Death Guard players. And Death Guard are a legion I enjoy and like the look of. So in order for me to be able to make content more tailored to you guys, want to put together a Death Guard force so I can show you guys what I would recommend taking and how I would paint them up, so I can show you guys some tutorials on how to weather and dirty up your Death Guard and things like that. Okay, so for fast attack, I do really like the idea of using the Proteus Landspeeder, and we'll give it the Graviton Gun. And what we'll probably do is we'll run a pair of these because we may as well fill out our fast attack slot, as there isn't really anything here we'd use otherwise. And what Lord of War should we bring? See, I feel like a something long range is probably a good idea. I'm thinking a knight, just because I always like to run knights anyway. You know what? Yeah, let's put a Questorus Knight in here. And I really enjoy a thermal cannon. I think it's one of the better gun options. And we'll leave a chainsword. We'll run it as an errant. Actually, that's a point. In a hypothetical situation where you're building this army for yourself, I'd probably recommend taking Mortarion, as taking your Primarch is always a good choice. How many points? 45. Okay, we can't quite afford to take a Questorus Knight if we take Mortarion. So let's just quickly put Mortarion in the list. Oh, there we go. I'm currently trying to decide if I want to connect the lore between my knight that works with the Dark Angels and the totally not a chitin with my World Eaters. What an easy thing to do would be have the Imperial Knight that works with the Dark Angels be a Freeblade who is originally from the house that fell and became loyal to the Emperor. Sorry, not to the Emperor, to a War Master. So the Night House fell, and yeah, this one loyal knight stayed with the Dark Angels. Okay, so heavy support squad. What would I recommend taking on a heavy support squad? So I feel like to make the most out of the the Legion traits, your Death Guard heavy weapon squad should probably have closer ranged heavy weapons, as they're able to get up close and you kind of want to keep them moving. And a lot of the heavy ranged weapons which are closer ranged are quite deadly. So autocannons are 48 inches, strength 7, AP 4, heavy 2, rounding 6+. They're okay. Sorry. So they're okay, but they don't necessarily need. They won't necessarily utilize the rules. A heavy flamer could be fun. Las cannons don't really need for range. Missile weapons. A missile launcher could be an interesting one. As a crack missile, strength for AP3, so you're wounding Space Marines on a 2 with instant death and ignoring 3-up armor saves. The frag missiles, strength 4, AP6 and pinning, make them quite good for suppressing the enemy rather than killing them, because if they take a wound and with their leadership check, they are pinned. And the flak missiles are always good to have around as the anti-air option. In fact, I'd say this is one of the few options where, you know, let's give them the missile launchers. Big Artificer and Toxin Bombs, because they're always useful. And we'll also make this a 10-man squad. And we will take a Nuncio Vox instead of a Legion Vexilla. Again, because we'll have the heavy weapons of the where is it? Well, nice, Alex. That could be fun. Thanks, Ali. Oh, we're missing something here. The artillery thunderfire cannon things. Rapier carriers. Oh, there we go. They count as elites. Okay, that's really good for us then. Okay. So we'll take a rapier battery. We'll give it a quad launcher so we can take the Phosphex canister shots. And we'll bring multiple of those because they really suit this Legion really well. Well, this way of playing. And we can take Grave Wardens as a troop choice as well. So let's have a look. Where are they? Wardens are a fast attack choice, okay. I just need to quickly read up on what Grave Wardens do. Oh, heavy support, sorry. That's where I am. Okay, so for Chem Master, I would probably switch his Power Fist out for Power Scythe. And probably keep them all as they are, with the Assault Grenade launchers. Again, I'd probably run 2 lots of those. And we can ditch one of the Breacher squads, I think, to make up some points. So we still have around 233 points left to spend. And I did notice the you know, we should probably bring a Contemptor. Power Fist. And a Melter Cannon, and we'll give him a Graviton Gun and a Havoc Launcher. Leaves us with 18 points left to spend on this 3k list. Have a quick look through the different units, see if there's any upgrades we should make. So we could take some different ammunition with quad launchers. Oh no, we couldn't, never mind. It has occurred to me we are lacking some proper anti-tank stuff. So what we'll do is we'll sacrifice another unit of Grave Wardens, and we'll think about taking something that's a bit more capable of destroying larger things. I think Kratos might not be a terrible idea here. Although this does push us over, that's not too much of a problem. As again, we can go back and downgrade some of our units. Try and put it in. Although, again, maybe not a Kratos. Ooh, a Doradio might be a good idea here. Have to go now. No worries, Alex. Have a lovely day, and I'll catch you later. So we're going to give the Chem Master a grenade harness, and this helps make people assaulting them find it more difficult. Hopefully if we hover over it, it will show us that. Oh. So yeah, if you charge a unit with a grenade harness, they count as if having travelled through difficult or dangerous terrain. Oh, sorry, it's flipped around. So a unit can still attack normally, even though it's charged through difficult, dangerous terrain, which makes these guys quite useful in close combat. So yeah, there's a 3k list pretty much of Death Guard. We could put some hunter killer missiles on. Is that just free? Okay. The Contemptor upgrades we can make here. Well, we do have more points, so we could throw some more money into something a bit more costly here. So yeah, we'll go for Volkite Culverin on the Contemptor Dreadnought. And we'll take a squad with incendiary shells, just to try and force people who are. So with this creeping death strategy, it relies on people moving through. If they're stood in it perfectly still, they don't have to take a test, by the way, with dangerous terrain. So if we take the incendiary shells to force them to have to move, because otherwise they'll be hit repeatedly by those, we can force them out of cover. So yeah, if they're repeatedly being hit by the incendiary shells, they have to move out of the cover basically, otherwise they're sitting ducks because it's not helping them in any way. So yeah, this would be a 3k list of Death Guard which I would run. And welcome back, Doyle. Yeah, just in time for me to finish the list. So in my list for the Death Guard, I would bring a Centurion Siegebreaker, a Contemptor Dreadnought, 2 units of Rapier batteries, one with incendiary rounds. Oh, sorry, 3 units of Rapier batteries, or with Phosphex canisters. 3 units of breaches with max amount of graviton and an alchem flamer on the sergeants. Sergeant also wearing artificer armor. Fast attack would be a pair of land speeders with graviton guns. Heavy support would be a Doredio Dreadnought with the las cannons and the Aiolos missile launchers. We'd have a unit of Grave Wardens, a 10-man squad of missile launchers for the heavy support squad, with toxin bombs as well, and then we'd also have Mortarion. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And then I think we'll do some gaming or something. Well, it'll be up to you guys. So also, if you want to suggest a game for me to play from the list on the Discord server, we can then have a look through that. Oh, and how long do you think it will take you to get this army together? Probably quite a while, as a lot of this is Forge World units and kind of expensive, so again, to I guess kind of shill a little, the more money you guys donate, the quicker we can get this army put together for some painting tutorials. But yeah, as I said, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So yeah, enjoy the music. And I am back. Thanks for hanging around, guys. And yeah, so what do you guys want to do now? I'm going to be honest, no idea. Weren't you going to play a Battletech strategy game? Yes. So having a look at the Battletech game was one of the things. What's the point? You know what? Let's just quickly put the screen over so I can sign into stuff without you guys seeing my personal details. As much as I trust you guys and love you guys, I don't really want you to know my login details for stuff. Alright. Okay, well, change of plan. I don't have the Battletech game installed. I thought I had. But oh well. Is there anything else you'd like to see me play? And no worries, Connor, welcome back. We're just deciding what to do for this, like, well, I guess the last half of the stream. Oh, that's an idea. I can show you the other Battletech game. So resolution's playing up a little because I have to stream in a different size to how my monitor actually is. Hopefully by doing that I should have... No. No, okay. You have to do this. 25, 65, 14, 40, apply. Yep, cool. That should fix it for you guys. It has, awesome. I just need to make some changes for myself. Start behaving now? No, it's not. Okay, so can you guys see everything fine? Yes, it looks like you guys can see everything fine. Yeah, I can see. Cool. So, MechWarrior 5 is a first-person, single-player and co-op game set in a BattleTech universe where you are put in charge of a mercenary company. There is a fully fledged story mode, well, multiple stories and campaigns you can play through, and there is also a custom career mode to save for a future playthrough perhaps, or yeah, in case you guys don't want any spoilers, what we'll do is we'll jump into a custom mission, well, to a custom campaign where we're free to roam wherever we want. And what we'll do is we will start off in the Free Rasselhag Republic, which is in the north of the map of the galaxy. And we'll start during the clan invasion. We'll start with normal mount, normal mechs, a bit more to make it a bit nicer on us. Okay. So we should get a nice intro here as well. So this is an entirely new career. Oh, this is really awkward. The audio is really quiet, so you guys can't even see that intro. Hold on a second, I have an idea. I know, I'll check off screen a second. This way.
In 2108, humanity began colonizing the stars. Their reach would eventually span a vast region of space known as the Inner Sphere. During its golden age, under the governance of the Star League, the Inner Sphere experienced unprecedented peace, prosperity, and technological advancement. But with a great rise comes a great fall. Beset by greed and mistrust, humanity splintered. The Star League crumbled. Technological advancement slowed. The great houses, each vying for supremacy, turned on one another, engaging in a series of conflicts known as the Succession Wars. Amidst this chaos, mercenaries became the proxy forces for the great houses. Numerous battlefields sprung up across the Inner Sphere, dominated by hulking war machines known as battle mechs. The year is now 3050, and these steel behemoths have become the tools of the mercenaries' trade. It's a lucrative time, yet one beset with perils of all kinds. Only the most skilled and brave among them will rise to become legend.
Yeah, there you go. There's a very brief introduction to this game and to the universe. Yeah, some of these icons are amazing. You know, let's go for a dragon symbol. I think it looks cool. And so this is a rather modded playthrough because I feel like it adds just so much more to the game. So first thing we'll do is we'll add partial mech salvage. Okay. So, very first thing you do in a playthrough of this game is check your missions. And we're going to ignore that one there, but we're going to accept the first one. So this is the map. It shows you where you can go, who currently controls what planets. This map constantly evolves and changes throughout the time as certain empires and factions take over certain places, and it shows us what missions are available, where they are, and what kind of stuff we might be able to see in those areas. It also shows us where the industrial hubs are, which are these planets which are chained together, where we can buy resources and equipment and also hire new personnel for our mercenary group. So yeah, this is the Inner Sphere, and we're starting off in the north here. in the Free Rasselhag Republic with the capital Gunzburg. So this is a kind of Swedish territory. And I like this area to start off with because we've set this during when the clans invade. Oh, and let's have a look at what mechs we've been given to start off with. And it looks like we've been incredibly lucky. So you get randomly allocated mechs. So the first mech we've been allocated for some reason is a Marauder. This is a big, stompy, terrifying mech. We also have a Wolverine 6R, which is, if you know him, Big Red 40k's favourite mech. Also a very good mech. We also have a Javelin, and this is my preferred variant of it as it just has missiles. And we also have a Vulcan, which is a good support mech as well. So we have a very nice starting mech loadout. And yeah, so in this game, like we can in MechWarrior Online, we can also customize the equipment on our mechs as well. So we can choose different weapons. So this is a very thrown together mech, but it's also designed as a very good sniper as well. So this is probably a mech I'm going to be piloting. Let's have a look at the other mechs we have. So we have a Wolverine, which is a very good brawling mech. This one has an AC-5, medium laser, and short-range missile system. Quite simple, quite basic, but still quite good. And we could have a lot of fun with this one. We might turn this one into a fire support mech at some point, once we have the equipment to do it. That would be quite fun to just load this up with long-range missiles. We have the Javelin, which is our nice short-range mech. So this is a very fast, very small mech. And it's designed for getting up and harassing the enemy at close range. And the same with the Vulcan. Just one of the weird looking ones, but this one can fly. It's quite good. And we can also paint our mechs in different colour schemes, and there are different colour schemes based off the various factions around as well. So if we wanted to emulate or copy a faction in the game, we can. Or we can come up with our own colour scheme. There are some very interesting colour schemes out there as well. Oh, if that's the point, I just need to do something quickly on Twitch. Okay, great. Just, sorry, I needed to update the titles. So any ideas for what colour scheme we should go for our mechs? Part of me is thinking maybe we try and emulate the logo somewhat. So Played Squid suggested that we do hot pink. So there you go. Apparently they didn't need the supplies, they wanted me to come and take them back. Well, at least they're keeping you busy. There is that. Kind of awful in a very vaporwavey kind of way. Well, I feel like the blue needs to be dark. Well, it's almost like an anime colour scheme, isn't it? So it's entirely accidental. I kind of like this shade of blue we've got going on. Not sure about the pink and white, but it helps us come up with a idea of where the rest of the colours should go on this abomination. You know what, I'm just going to quickly apply this one to all of them just to see how it looks across the rest of them. Also, I love that achievement name as well, easier than painting miniatures. And honestly, I don't hate this colour scheme. What do you guys think? You like the pink is cursed. What colour should we change the pink out for then? Oh, that's annoying, Doyle. Hopefully you can get it fixed. What do you think of this then? Have a quick look on mech market for what mechs are available. So the Assassin, and it's the Assassin 21, which is one I like. There's also a Panther, an Urbi. Oh, it's for one of Twin Ballistics, that's interesting. And another Vulcan. Okay. Well, that one has some nice stuff on it. Okay. So I think the first thing to do is we go and try and do some missions. So we'll start here in Engadin. So what we do is we're going to travel to that planet. It's going to cost us 50k and take 13 days to travel there. Unfortunately, we can't paint the ship. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll go to the contracts. I'll just click through that a second. So we can take a contract and it will tell us the difficulty of it, what the type of mission is, what environment we're fighting on, and also what the weather conditions are like. And here we can choose what we get extra of. So we can negotiate to have more money, more salvage rights, insurance, or artillery support. In this case, as we're at the beginning, we want to get as much salvage as possible, so this is us taking equipment off the dead vehicles that we fight. So we'll go for salvage shares, and we need to drop 40 tons. So we're going to drop the Vulcan as it is just dead weight, and we'll just run with these three. So we've got our Marauder, Wolverine, and Javelin. Okay, let's see if I can have a stable frame rate whilst playing this game. And the stream will also have a stable frame rate. It looks relatively smooth, which is promising. Okay, so our objective here is to find the enemy target and kill them. I've never heard of this game until like 2 weeks ago, and I've heard a lot of people mention it since then. Lol. Yeah. The best thing is it's cross-platform and cross-platform playable as well. So PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox, whatever Xbox the latest one, and PC. It's also on the Xbox Game Pass as well if you want to try it out for free, if you already have a Game Pass subscription. The fact we started off with a mech with a Gauss is terrifying, as we have a very effective long-range sniper. And yeah, I think a lot of people who have played this game have ended up getting very invested in the setting as well. So there is an enemy there, and the best thing is we have a Gauss rifle. We can actually snipe him from here. There's an enemy there as well. Oh, it's essentially... Squid, look away. There is some bullying happening. He's trying to hide behind the building. Oh, there we go. Oh, the Hunchback is our target. Okay, so this is the guy we've been contracted to kill in this game. I just realised the game is really quiet for you guys. Let's see if we fixed that. We're getting a bit of stuff. Yeah, no.
Identification on primary. Negative identification on secondaries. What's your six?
Hi Hamish, how you doing? Oh, they're dropping enemies on top of us. Urban mech. Why'd I have to bully the urban mech? Oh god, they took down our javelin. Okay. Oh, they were heated. I'm freezing. The game isn't a fan of me bullying the Oh well, my game is really suffering. That's not just a stream, guys. We'll work it out in a second. If the game doesn't crash. Yeah, not sure why it's stuttering so badly. We'll dial down the graphics in a second. Let's just not... Yeah. Okay. Right, let's get to safety and then we'll work out why the game is lagging as much as it is. I've got a feeling I'm going to need to turn down resolution. I'm playing full screen. God, why did our teammate walk in front of us then? And I don't really care for the salvage on him. Try it on Windows. Okay, yeah. Give that a shot. I'm also going to step down the resolution, as playing in 1440p doesn't help you guys, as it's limited to 1080 or 720. And what we're going to do here, we have 11 salvage. And I think I'm going to work towards getting the parts I need for a Centurion, because they're just very good mechs, and we'll take a medium laser as well. So we did lose the Javelin there, which isn't too much of a problem because it wasn't a very good mech anyway. We'll probably sell it, and yeah, let's just change the graphics a second. Oh, maybe it doesn't need to be as high as it is. Okay. And yeah, one of the cool things between missions, you can actually look around the hangar and just see how big the mechs are compared to you as a person as well. So remember, this is a small mech, and look how big it is. Sparkled onto it, but yeah. Saying thankfully today is over and I'm now cracking open a cold. But to celebrate finishing off Sakaran, it's going to be put on hold for an hour so I don't rage out when I glue myself to it. It's probably a good idea. Right, let's have a look at the mechs. So the Javelin's buggered. To be honest, I am just going to sell it. It's not really a mech I'm interested in using. And yeah, when we destroy mechs on the battlefield, we can claim salvage on them, and once we have enough pieces, and we need 5, we can then put together the mech. What we'll do is we'll put a repair order in, so we'll get the mechanics to work on repairing them. It'll take a few days in-game to repair, and whilst that's happening we can go to the map and we can go to a different planet. So we'll go to Blightlords. Take 13 days, and it'll cost us some money to travel there, but yeah. Okay, so in this one we just need to go and destroy stuff. Nice and simple.
It'll compromise your visibility.
You're only allowed to take 145 tons, so we'll just take these two mechs. This one's still being repaired, but that's okay. We can wait a few days for it to repair and then go.
Time to pillage. Our employer wants to destroy enemy assets.
Still quite quiet, isn't it?
And raid for supplies.
There we go. That sounds a bit better. Again, I think it still can be put a bit louder. No, let's just max out. Screw it. There we go. This one flies. You know what, let's just focus on the mission at hand.
If you find the acquisition, just walk up to it in order to pick
loot.
it up.
Nice.
That's close enough. Ready to start pickup operation.
Sniping in a mech, yeah. The Marauder is a very famous mech for sniping. As you have a giant sniper rifle built into the top of a mech, and then the arms are typically used to carry larger sniper weapons. Oh, and all we need to do is destroy this building.
Target neutralized.
Target acquired.
Tank hiding in the rocks. Oh, and a turret. Oh, there was a turret. Ooh, okay. There's a couple of vehicles down here. Best thing is, about being a big stompy robot, you can stomp on things. There we go. Keep a helicopter up the sky. Keep that guy close range. Oh, there's a mech. Oh, and he bailed.
Target acquired.
Nice. Oh, you know what, let's just stomp on this guy. There we go.
Reporting vehicle destroyed.
Target destroyed.
Okay, so what do we need to destroy here? Warehouses, fuel silos, command centers. Okay. So we're just destroying the infrastructure. Nice and simple. Yeah. Don't worry about the massive guns,
Move up to it.
which could easily eradicate us from existence, which are defending this base. We're, yeah.
Package acquired.
Just going to waltz in and blow up all the infrastructure instead. Oh, there's a javelin. What we're going to do is we're just going to walk through the buildings we need to destroy. Frame rate is really suffering. I think I will have to restart the game just so we can change those lower resolution stuff. $1080. Oh, why did the fuel not blow up? Hello? Is the stream back?
Walk on up to the treasure to pick it up.
I have no clue what just happened. That was really weird.
Excellent find, Commander. Beginning recovery now.
Yes, but I do return.
Dragon reporting. Vehicle destroyed.
That was weird. Okay.
Victory is ours, Commander. Prepare for evac.
New target javelin.
What I'm going to quickly do is I'll restart the game. See if we can fix the I'm going to go back to full screen, but I'm going to drop it down to 1920 by 1080. And then we're going to quickly reboot the game. Oh, hang on, that's no. Graphics, make sure everything's on low or medium, cool. Restart the game. This game has just been really awkward. Okay, hopefully it'll run a bit better. Oh. So again, prepare the mechs. Let's go find a new mission. Let's go to Pomme de Terre. And see if the game crashes out again. New transmissions. Not going to accept that one. Disrupt communications. Okay. Cool. Let's again take salvage.
The mission area is under a heavy weather warning. It's going
And we'll
to
run the
affect
same two mechs
visibility
again.
for you.
And you know what? We should really switch around the pilots here, I think.
Dragon reporting.
We should probably play as Dragon because he has better stats.
Our employer wants us to destroy a number of communication towers located at the marked objectives. I'm reading a heavy amount of hostile chatter in the area, so let's get this job done and get the hell out of here.
Oh, we can also punch with our arms, by the way. That's what this is. Oh, this is a very beautiful little map. Look how pretty it is with traditional windmills and buildings. It's an interesting place for a tank to spawn. Dead. Yeah, this is a really adorable little settlement. You know what, I almost feel guilty about the idea of having to destroy it. I can't climb over, that's a shame. But it does look like we can climb over here. Hopefully we can. Yeah, there we go. From here. Yeah.
Scratch that target off
There
the
we go.
list.
Targets neutralized.
And no worries, Alex, and welcome back. Yeah, we're trying to make MechWarrior 5 work. It's been a bit temperamental and the stream did crash because of it, but at the moment it seems to be working in a somewhat playable way.
Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Hey G, welcome back. How are you doing?
Enemy aircraft inbound. Target acquired. Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target down. Hostile transport ship coming in.
Destroyed. Threat removed.
It does look like the stream's running a bit better now, right?
Good work, Commander. That's one less target.
New target loadout.
Okay, well, helicopter's putting some decent evasive maneuvering, but
Enemy destroyed.
hopefully the doctor's appointment went well for you, G. Is this a Death Guard Dreadnought sim? With the relentless advance and devastating firepower, it could be. But no, the battlemechs are slightly superior. Just a tiny bit superior to Dreadnoughts. Welcome back, Byron.
Objective down. All objectives destroyed. We're inbound on marked evac point. Get here as quickly as you can, Commander.
Hey, Bloker. Yeah, I'm doing alright. How are you doing?
Mission complete, Commander. Let's go home.
Yeah, I will be watching Nova Open stuff. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, the Nova Open is tonight. It'll be 1 o'clock in the morning for us in the UK. And yeah, I can't remember what times it will be for you guys in the United States.
Hope the enemy puts up a good fight. I have some tests to run.
Well, I suppose that's a question for you guys. Do you want me to do a
Local municipalities are being threatened by hostile forces.
reveal stream, or are you guys going to be watching Chapter Master Varrock stream?
Move to the marked point and link up with local forces.
And there won't be any old world news here, unfortunately. It's 40k, Heresy, Underworlds, and Age of Sigmar at the reveal show.
found the place, Commander?
It's good to see you, Commander. We need all the help we can get.
Now fan out and take defensive positions. Prepare for incoming hostiles.
Target acquired.
Yeah, I'd like to see some stuff revealed for the Iron Warriors, as there's lots of legions that just don't have anything yet. Although there have been those rumours about something flying, so hopefully the Assault Marines upgrades would be nice. And yeah, well, I can do a stream if you guys would like.
Additional tangos en route to your position, Commander.
So what we'll do is probably something like we'll watch the. I suppose actually no, because I probably will get in trouble because I won't be transformative enough. Yeah, I probably won't for this stream.
Hell are you firing at?
But streams in the future, what I'll probably do is do a watch along. So we'll watch the Twitch stream together, and then trail on it. My teams on chat.
Eyes up. Enemy forces
Uh,
closing in.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Yeah.
Hostiles inbound. Brace for contact, Commander.
New target Commando.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Okay, I think it's just we can't really play this game on stream at the moment with the equipment I have. It's a shame. Okay, so is my voice any laggy? Well, is my voice laggy now? You have an upgrade setup, yeah. So at the moment I'm running RTX 2060. So what I want to be doing is upgrading to something like at least a 3070 in the future. Obviously GPU prices are really expensive at the moment, so it's going to take a while. And I'm not in a huge rush to be playing well, more graphically intensive games at the moment. And I think we can get by without me streaming MechWarrior 5. Your PC knows how glorious Death Guard is. Are they though? Are they really? I feel like their entire character and personality is the fact there's nothing glorious about them. But I just want to check something a moment. Doesn't actually look like there is any of the any special Death Guard characters from Forge World, so I wanted to just check. Is it just me? Or do some of these head options look incredibly Alpha Legion-y, like these top two here? And yeah, Bloka, as there's so many people on the channel who enjoy Death Guard, if it's a good opportunity and a good time to for me to do some Death Guard, so I can show you guys how I do it and give some advice and feedback based off experience. And yeah, earlier on the stream we sorry, yeah. Earlier on stream we put together an example 3000 point list. Death Guard, trying to make use of the Creeping Death Rite of War. And yeah, the Legion Arctor Bombard is the basis. In the same way, there's a Mechanicum unit which was the basis for this thing, the Greater Blight Drone. And is Mortarion a good Primarch on a tabletop? Let's have a look. Okay, so he's toughness 7 with 7 wounds and strength 7. 7 Phosphex bombs, okay. That's a bit silly. So his scythe makes him strength 8, AP 2, with melee, instant death, sunder, and reaping blow 2. Meaning that if he's outnumbered he does 2 extra attacks. Meaning he does 8 attacks, 9 attacks on the charge. At strength 8, AP 2, meaning he's instant deathing, so he could wipe out an entire squad in one go. That was actually pretty coincidentally good timing, wasn't it? Although I will turn it down because it looks like it is relatively close to my voice in volume. There we go. Hopefully that's still loud enough and relatively well balanced. He's bulky 6, he has It Will Not Die 4+. He causes fear, so -2 leadership to units within combat with him. He has Adamantium Will 3+, meaning that he gets to dispel psychic attacks against him on a 3+. And he has Hatred Psychers, meaning he gets to reroll stuff against Psychers. And anything like Poison, Rending, or Fleshbane only applies to him on a 6+, which is really strong as well. And the Lantern, his weapon, is considered to be a plasma pistol. It's strength 8, AP 2, assault 1, and sunder. Does his fear rule stack with the Warlord trait? How do you mean, Hamish? You can't have multiple warlords, and Mortarion is automatically your warlord. And, oh yeah, Mortarion has his own Warlord traits. So everyone, all friendly units, which are Death Guard, so yeah, all Death Guard units, all friendly Death Guard units ignore all penalties to leadership caused by fear and shell shock. And when locked in combat, suffer no penalty to a leadership characteristic due to casualties suffered during an assault. So when you're trying to work out who won the combat, you don't apply the lost casualties. And Mortarion allows you to make an additional reaction during the assault phase. That's his Warlord trait. And yeah, can you take other Warlords but not run them as Warlords, if that makes any sense? Yeah, you can take other HQ choices. You just have to nominate whoever has a higher leadership value as a Warlord. And the Warlord gains an additional special rule. Basically, that's what Warlord traits are. And yes, the Nova Open reveals are today. Assuming you're in the US, then it's today in the evening. It will be in... Uh, 7 hours from now. Well, more like 6 hours from now. But oh, do you mean Lords of War, Byron? Yes. A Primarch and a Lord of War are 2 different slots. But they both have to add up to the equal amount. Both units combined cannot exceed the amount of points you can spend on Lord of Wars. There we go. I would like to paint 30k Death Guard. I like for Cream and Mercury to be fair. Yeah, it's a good look. I will not be painting mine that way. I'll be going more off some of the older artwork and yeah, doing something a little different so I can do a better job of demonstrating the weathering techniques. Yeah, how do you do battle damage and armor? Do you do the old earbud and white spirit trick? Yeah, to a degree. It depends what kind of damage we're talking about. So yeah, I guess to recap for the people who missed it earlier, I am going to be starting a Death Guard detachment. Perhaps not like a full army, but definitely at least an allied detachment to run alongside my Emperor's Children as a as an allied detachment, just to provide some power support, fire support, and bulk up the army a bit. I eventually want to do an allied detachment for all of the Istvan all of the Istvan campaign traitors. And yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm going to be painting them in the old art style, which has them wearing plain silver with a green trim. But again, I will also be doing something a little bit different with Mark III as well, and I'm really looking forward to doing it. And yeah, the donation goal for this month is just to basically help fund that. If you guys want to see it and you want to, for me to get on with it, then you can donate to help towards that. If not, then that's fine, and I'll be slowly building it up in my own time and at my own pace. And and Doyle and Bloker, that's the kind of way I do most of my weathering and stuff anyway, using oil paints and enamels. As you might have seen if you were around for the Imperial Night painting stream. We were using oil paints and enamels to do the weathering and texturing on the Knight's chassis. Let's see if I can get this to work. So if we go to Hobby Hangout, so yeah, here's the Imperial Knight we've been working on. If I pull back a little. All I did on that silver is spray it silver. And then, use some oil paints to do all the washes on it. It's relatively simple. And down a bit to the legs. All that grime and dirt, hopefully will focus. So yeah, the grime and stuff around the joints is oil paints and enamels applied and then dirtied up. We still need to do the armor panels and stuff, which is why they're all flat. But I'm waiting on the decals to arrive before we can push forward on the armor paneling. So oil-wise, I use Abteilung oils. And mostly the Abteilung Black and the Abteilung Bitumen oil paints. I find they're really good for just doing dirt and grease, and all the shading and stuff you can see in the night is done with a mix of both of them to have a very dark wash. And then I've also used AK Interactive and Ammo by MiG enamels for the like grease and oil effects. Which you can see better on the joint there. Yeah, the AK Interactive fresh engine oil leaves a very realistic effect, and then I've just gone in and shaded where it's thickest and where it would have gone a bit more stagnant with the dark brown colour we mixed out of the oil paints to make it look like it's a bit more stagnant. That was also something I did on the There you can see on the knee joint there, it's all grimy and dirty as well. And it's all caked into recesses of the hips and stuff as well. And also the waist joint. And for those wondering about the Starship grime, because I know Hamish was interested in this, and see kind of dirty effects I used. So yeah, you can see how dirty it gets. On the other side, I've left it a bit more dirty, just so it'll build up and be a bit more dramatic. But I really like it for bronze and stuff because it leaves a nice corrosion kind of look to it all. Yeah, you can see the grime on the inner chassis as well. So I can just upload to city levels. We haven't had an opportunity to use arresting streaks or anything on these either. And in fact, you know what we're going to do? Yes, because I do think it does look a little heavy. Is we're going to do an impromptu hobbies hangout a second. Light on a bit. And it's been sat for a few days now. And all I've got is a cotton bud in the thinner. What I'm going to do is dab out some of the excessive. And I'm just going to gently brush at it. Let's see, it starts to fade a bit. I'm going to let it soak in for a few moments. I'm going to take a finer brush and gently start brushing downwards on it. Start to streak a bit. Level too long for this to work properly. Yeah, I think I have, but oh well. That you can see where the oil's built up. And where it's been pushed around by the joint. Look at the legs as well. You can see the oil build up on the pistons. Now, are these knights attached to Emperor's children? Yes, I am, well, currently in the process of refitting and redoing my Imperial Knights. They were originally going to be painted up like this, however, times have changed a little, and the house and the backstory and the lore for this knight house doesn't really work anymore. And to symbolise that I'm no longer really going to be working on this knight household. With the exception of this particular knight, I'm going to be repainting my other Imperial Knights to be in a more interesting, unique colour scheme, a bit more like how this one's going to be. Which will be far more of a black and white pattern. Obviously this one's a heavily work in progress knight, as we've been slowly painting up over the streams. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Reset the painting setup. And don't be too intimidated. Like, for example, this knight for Elias, that knight was all brush painted. I painted that model years ago before I even got an airbrush. So yeah, don't be too intimidated by it. Obviously having an airbrush does make it easier, but yeah, you don't need an airbrush to paint these larger models. Oh, and yeah, there's still on my desk one of the Abteilung oil paints, so this is what I use for most of the shade in something like this. I don't know why the sunlight's been so harsh today, it's cloudy outside, but hey. So yeah, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to end the stream here so I can go and get some food. Thank you all so much for hanging out and joining me today for a lovely talk about Death Guard and a little bit of Battletech. And now just some hobbying stuff. Yeah, I'd highly recommend using some oils and enamels. If you have time, go back and watch the live stream in which I did the oils and stuff. You'll probably find it really helpful. And yeah, as always, if you enjoy watching my content and you enjoy hanging around with these streams, supporting me on Ko-fi and Patreon is really helpful. You can see on the screen it's at, you can support me at kofi.com/Tuppy, and yeah, Patreon also helps out as well. If you aren't already, come and join the Discord server. It's !Discord in chat. And yeah, I'll catch you all later. I'll see if I can stream this evening for the Nova Open. If not, you'll be able to watch it on Twitch, and Chapter Master Varric will also be doing some coverage as well on YouTube. Yeah, thanks so much guys for coming and hanging out, and I'll catch you later.